COVID-19 can't kill you if the police do.
Yep, that's true. All right, so I think with last session, we started off. Let's see, I'm going through the calendar here. Um, yeah, so I think we started off with you guys pursuing the bugs into their burrow. You captured a couple of smaller bugs, little flying forms, and then made a hasty escape and head back to Vesta. Gave your report to the sheriff. Uh, left Outlook Park, headed back down south into the demilitarized zone again. Ended up back in Flagstone, where you hired Martin and Alyosha, and I believe you then made. Let's see. Yeah, you made 2 trips to your base to offload materials, if I remember correctly, and then since then you've been pursuing the. Well, first of all, you heard about this relay being constructed to the northeast, and you've also looked into the 5 billion credit or the. Let me look it up in the news. I think I misremembered that. Let's see, 1 billion credit art feud, which has been in the news for the last month, and you have a couple of leads on that, which are still in the tab. Let me see. Yeah, so I have the painting quest handout, and then there's the news bullet points to give you update along those lines. And currently, I believe Pete, Martin, and Alyosha are in Pira, and I believe that Simo is back at the base, if I remember correctly, getting stuff set up over there.
Yep. And prepping for the return trip north.
I was wondering since last time, Pete, if we're not like directly needing like anyone to fly us out right now, and you're good with mechanics, am I right? You should go up to the Vastos River and help those settlers because they need an engineer and like I think it was like 2 or 3 armed men that you could take from the homestead or the base. We could start all 3 missions, maybe overextend ourselves a little bit, but
Yeah, and just as a recap as well, the it's actually a company that's building the relay network up the Vastos River, and they've been looking for someone to basically guard it and just see that the project is done. So that's the information you have right there. But you can always call them up and ask for specifics and everything.
oh, I thought last time I thought I found out that they needed an engineer as well.
Oh,
But
oh yeah, like an engineer would speed things along. Like you could help them set everything up, and then you'd be home sooner. But they're currently constructing it. They claim that they've hit a delay, and so you could look into that if you wanted.
So I could call them, see how long the job would last, see if I can get it done, back up to try to capture the arch.
Well, capturing the big bug, if things go according to plan, shouldn't take more than a day.
Maybe,
never hurts to check.
so maybe I'll call them while we're on our way to go capture the big bug, and on the way back after we're done with it, I'll stop by.
Well, I still need to go see that what's called informant I got given a place and time and a name last time, like afternoon. It should be today. Supposed to meet someone.
Yep.
Should I do that now or should I wait?
I just wanted to ask. Last time I was talking to the security guard, right before the end.
Yep. Yeah, I think you went separate ways with the security guard, but you still have. You
Yes,
could call them
yes.
if you wanted.
Okay, just making sure.
Michael, do you want to like meet up and relay any information before I go to this meeting, or should we
Yeah.
keep it silent?
No, let's meet up. Let's tell each other. So
All right, like small text again.
yes.
Just meet up in like a park in like 15 minutes.
Hmm.
Equal distance from both of us. Same thing as last time. Go in and go relay both.
Do we need to roll again for that? Like last time, we needed to roll stealth.
I think we need a roll. Well, last time we rolled like a charisma stealth.
Yeah, so you do
yes.
charisma plus sneak to try and talk to each other back to back.
Charisma plus sneak.
Oof.
All right. Yeah, so you guys are, trying to keep a low profile, and but you successfully meet in the park. You can exchange whatever information you want now.
Okay, I tell him about what I learned from the security guard about the special forces unit in the area.
And I'll tell them about the gangs and their affiliation with what was his name? Trindle? Martin?
Yep, Martin Tyndall. Yeah, and you met the.
They sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, just as a reminder, you met that one gang guy where he has the strange fractal tattoo, and he claimed he worked for what they call the Worm Clan or the Worm Kingdom within the Catalian sort of lands.
Yeah, and he obviously knew something about the guy, but he wasn't giving up too much information. I tried to goat him, but he just got me to. He gave me a message, and he wants me to meet him. That's all I really know.
Okay, sounds interesting. Should I come with you, or do you want to go alone?
I think I should go alone because, well, I've kind of earned the guy's trust. Like he's wanting to meet up with me again. It would be rude to show up with a second person without telling him beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I guess I just keep looking uh in the better part of town then.
Aye, aye.
So I guess that's it. We go a
Yeah,
separate way.
I will have to go. Like we haven't found up too much.
Yes. Oh, by the
that
what I wanted to talk to you about. Maybe we should find a hacker and make sure our what's our communication things called?
Compads?
Compads, yes, to make our compads as secure as possible.
Yeah, we need to find a hacker. I don't know if we can solicit the. Oh,
Maybe not here.
anyone?
Yeah,
Just in general.
it would be a day's work, so you'll probably want to meet the guy rather than search around for a hacker, but that's definitely something you could do.
I think I'm
Well,
gonna do that.
if I went to see the guy, he could find the hacker.
Yep.
Yes. So can I use my connect skill?
Yep, you can use Connect plus Charisma if you want to try and link up with a hacker out here.
Nice.
Alright. Yeah, so you know a guy, and I'll say he's based out of Pira. So
Oh, whoops.
yeah, so he's a +2 professional, and so anything relating directly to his profession, in this case hacking, he'll have a +2 to deal with, in addition to his 2d6, and so you can hire him for any amount of time. I'd have to look it up in the book to get an exact figure, but it'd probably be something like 20-30 credits per day, and then later, maybe you could also negotiate to put him on the payroll at some point if you wanted.
Okay. Yes. Give me a minute.
Oh, he's muted
Sorry.
himself. Okay.
Sorry. Just someone came into my room.
That's no problem.
So okay. Can I also use my connected focus so I can basically can I make a list of like various people I can ask favors from?
Yeah, let me read through it real quick just to be sure that I understand it.
I read it. I'm trying to read it as well now.
Yep, I made the same mistake you made.
Okay, now I misread it. I need to spend at least a week in the city to like to connect myself to the people.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just gonna go to that hacker guy. Is he open at that time of day? Like, can I talk to him or?
Yep. Yeah, you've basically found the hacker just now, so
Okay.
you can be standing in his shop. He's running his own sort of business in this city.
Okay. So I go to him and I greet him. I introduce myself. I am Martin Sturby. And
yeah, he welcomes you into his shop and asks, "Yeah, what can I do for you?"
I would like to improve to maximize security on my compad, if that's possible.
Yeah, he says, "Well, I can analyze the compad for any malware or any monitoring or anything like that. These data slabs you have, these are off-world imported. They're pretty secure from any sort of attack. The best way to improve your security would be to have a tech on site to analyze things. I can do that for a daily fee, or you can hire someone else, anyone, just to monitor the lines.
It just so happens that I recently. It just happens that I'm part of Tactical Solutions, security company, and we are interested in a hacker to do exactly that.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he asked for your personal info and the info to the company so we can look it up on his data slab, and I assume you'd give that.
Yes, hang on. Someone is coming into my room again.
We need to negotiate this guy right down so he's a slave labor.
Yep. He'll be paid 99% in exposure by the end of today.
We're gonna credit you, don't worry. You're gonna have your name on the website. We need to go talk to the farmers because they're getting paid more than our soldiers right now.
Yeah, well, the other thing with the negotiation process is sometimes it'll work like
I'm back.
oh yeah, welcome back. Yeah, like the negotiation thing isn't necessarily like a flat decrease in wages. Sometimes it can be just moved money around and stuff like that.
But like it doesn't seem very realistic right now that like a professional soldier would be okay with being paid less than you're paying your farmer.
Yeah, you can
So
definitely
just lower the farmer's price, make the security guys feel special.
yeah.
So how did the hacker react to my proposal?
Well, let's see. You could do a roll. I guess this would be a talk plus charisma to try and talk up the company and maybe persuade them to your way of thinking.
That is.
All right. Yeah. So he says it looks pretty promising. Business around Pura hasn't really been picking up for the last 5 or 6 years the way he was expecting it to, and he'd be willing to come over and work. He'd need some type of workstation if he's going to be an on-site tech, and if he's going to to be attached to a unit or something like that, then that would probably cost about 30 credits per day.
Okay. So if we were to, so this is including like food and the room and stuff like that. So you would live there. Or
Yeah, the food and rent and all that would be handled by the base cost, so you're already sort of paying for that. The 30 credits per day is just his wages, not including. He's going to come with some basic equipment, but if you wanted him to have fancy gear, you'd have to buy that yourself, or basically upgrade him.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 credits is basically the labor cost, like to put him on the payroll.
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess. Oof. I would maybe I would. Well, I guess I would try to get it down at least a little bit. So, can I roll trade to lower it a bit?
Yeah, I'm just going to the skills section to make sure that I'm that trade is the right skill, because sometimes I get confused.
Or
Yeah, I think trade would probably work here. You can do a this would probably be charisma plus trade to try and hire him at the lowest price possible.
Well, but I guess I talked to him about the possibility of about future earnings, that he could possibly become part of that he could become like a shareholder later on down the line or something like that. Like I give him some promises.
Yep. And that's a really good success. You know, basically anything above 10 is usually like the equivalent of a crit in this system. And so yeah, you get him down, decrease price by 40%. And so he's working for 18 credits per day.
Oh, that's good. That's a yeah. So I guess he's part of the team now.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Whoop,
update
whoop.
the personnel.
So I guess I spent the rest of the day to communicate it with the others, and to arrange transportation for him to the base.
Yep, you should have enough room in the helicopter, and you can tell them where it's docked and send traffic a text message and hook all that stuff up.
Okay, and I promise him I get him a wait. Do we already have a workstation for him?
Yeah, you don't have a workstation for him at the moment. That's what he needs. That's like his
Okay.
Yeah, you can sort that out later, but he just won't be able to do any on-site work until he has a workshop of some sort.
Is the generator working as well? Because you probably need that.
Yeah, the generator's working. He has like his own kit. The data slabs have like you can hook them up to a portable solar panel and keep those working. But yeah, now that the generator's working, he'll be able to keep his stuff charged completely pretty easily.
Okay.
How much would his setup, like workstation, cost us? Like if you wanted a proper one.
Yeah, I can look it up real quick. They have it in the gear section.
Might need it for covert operations.
How does this guy look? Like, is he like a cyberpunk style hacker with cables out of his head, or just a normal guy?
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have too much cyberware. He looks like he has a couple of implants near the back of his head. None of them are being used to his data slab. He has a pretty basic kit. His shop looks like it's mostly for repair and maintenance of probably tech level 3 and tech level 4 components. So, and he looks like he's a native Astrakan, so he's probably been out in the jungle a couple times and knows his way around there as well.
Okay, sounds good. And so just to make sure, so he cannot so the compat is already pretty secure. Like he doesn't need to do anything additionally. So
Yeah, well, he is basically telling you he can run some checks on the data slab you have currently, but he doesn't have any software that can improve what's already there, is what he's saying.
I can just look for bugs or malware or something like that.
He can find out if someone's already there, but he can't stop someone from getting in.
Okay. Well, I guess I do it. I do that too. So I hand him the compat and ask him to give it to look it over.
All right, let me give this a quick check. Yep, he gives it a quick scan and looks through the data slab, and he says there don't appear to be any bugs on the data slab itself. He informs you as well that it appears that the slab has been, like, he looks through basically the history of the areas you've been into, like the restaurant and the hotel you've been staying at. Anytime you've walked into there are computers that'll detect your presence and get your information, stuff like that. And so he informs you that data could be collected that way. And looking through the cookies, he sees that your data appears to have been saved anytime you've entered those locations, and anytime you've entered the public park that you've been meeting Aloysia at. So he informs you of that much.
Ooh. Okay. So that.
Yeah, and he tells you as well, none of the other data appears to be compromised from what he can tell, but it does. He basically is telling you that your location has been logged anytime you've entered those places.
Okay. Is there any way to prevent that?
Yeah, he says you could basically have someone spoofing your trail on purpose, and you could basically mask your presence that way, where you have someone, your data slab is basically pretending to be someone else, and then it would be more difficult to track you.
Okay.
He could arrange that for you.
Okay. I have a other character question regarding the biography I wrote. I mean, it would make sense that my character would have gotten like a fake identity to protect himself. Is that possible? Or?
Yeah, I mean, out here, this is kind of like a Wild West area, so getting a new identity, you don't have to like forge your ID through a government bureau or anything like that. And so getting a new ID is as simple as buying a new data slab and changing your name, which you probably would have already done at this point.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, does he can he do that? Can he do that spoofing? Or
Yeah, he can do that. Like I said, the data slab itself is already as secure as he can get it. But if he can basically monitor, you and Alyosha, and he can change swap your IDs around as you're moving from location to location to make it more difficult for people to track you. So that's what he can do to mask your presence, if that's your concern.
yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Ask him if he can find like the IP of the person that's trying to track us anyway, or if it's just saved data to like a public realm.
Yeah, he says.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did realize that was a little bit out of character, but I guess you guys could be having this conversation over text, so it's reasonable.
Yeah, sorry, that's kind of metagaming.
Yeah, but anything you want to go into, Michael?
I guess I ask him, is the data stored in a public archive or in a public data bank or something like that, or does it go to like a specific individual?
Yeah, he says.
To the yes.
Yeah, he says most of this info isn't public. The best way to access it would be either from your compad, since it's the compad that basically has like the cookies in it. And the other way to get it would be to go to the hotel or to the park, or basically the device that captured it. Although he says with 1 day's work, if you give him like basically 8 to 12 hours, he can do a search through the net to try and track down whoever's been monitoring you.
How much would that cost? I'm sure it costs something, right?
Yeah, well, if you've put him on the payroll, it'll basically you're paying him every day anyhow to keep him on. You basically in reserve.
Oh, that's
So
right.
yeah, it won't cost anything additional.
Well then, ask him to do that.
All right. Yeah, he shakes your hand and says, yeah, good to be with the company. Can't wait to meet the rest of the crew.
So I think you like it here. And yeah, then I guess I leave. I say goodbye. See him at the base. If he needs anything, I give him the combat number. I bet he probably already has that, and yeah, I say goodbye to him.
Yep. And bids farewell. All right. Anything in Alyosha? You're basically just waiting until the meetup with the gang guy earlier.
I text him the things I discussed with the hacker, so that he does know that the compads appear to be secure for now, at least.
Okay, I'll see if I can give does the hacker want my personal info so he can not track me, but so he can get in contact with me if he finds anything on my
Right.
side.
I assumed I already gave it to him.
Yeah, if you hired him onto the company, then he'd probably get the digital contact info for all the main members.
Cool, yeah. Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
gonna wait because I don't want to jeopardize myself by going out to. I'll probably sit in a cafe, have a coffee.
Well, I would like to check if someone was following me. If that's what would I have to roll for that?
You can do a wisdom plus notice to kind of look over your
Wisdom plus.
shoulder. Yep. All right. Yeah, so there are a couple of people that look like they're keeping an eye on you as you move from one neighborhood to the other, going from
Okay.
the fairly upper class part of town that you've been sleeping at and spending most of your time in the city so far. And you move to a more business centric part of town, more
Mm-hmm.
lower middle class, to get into contact with this hacker. And the change in neighborhoods, you do notice a lot of people keeping their eye on you, and you've especially you feel like you've especially done a good job of you've had an especially sharp eye this afternoon, and you were able to determine that a drone has been following you at a pretty high altitude during your journey.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, well, but the people don't appear to be following me, right? They just look at me suspiciously, right?
Yep. Yeah. Sorry if that was confusing. The people looking
Okay.
at you suspiciously, they none of them look like they're following you. They're just keeping an eye on you. And the drone, however, and there are hundreds of drones flying around the city because that's how people deliver their mail and how a lot of menial work gets done. But your particularly sharp eye today made out that this particular drone has been following you for your entire journey.
Mm-hmm. So, how do the people look that look at me suspiciously? Like, are they do they look like lower class people or upper class, or is this a mix between the two?
Yeah, some of them look like hired goons, basically mercenaries. Fairly low skill
Okay.
mercenaries, though, because these neighborhoods all have private security, and some of them look more like gang associated members.
Okay. Hmm. Can I Okay, I think. Okay, what I want to do is I want to walk up to one of those people that looks suspiciously at me.
Yep.
And I want to get them into a conversation with me, but I would like to do it under pretense. Like I would ask them for directions or something, or
Yeah. Okay. You
I
can.
would something like that, just to.
Yeah. Yeah. You can basically open up the conversation casually. Is there any particular motive you have? Like, is there any particular information you're trying to get out of it?
Oh well, I just hmm, well would it be too obvious if I would to if I would just ask I wouldn't ask literally, but like I would uh try to get them to tell me at least a little bit about why they look at me like that.
Oh
Like,
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
but not directly, like very indirectly, like.
Yeah, I mean that's what the talk skill is all about. Is you can tell me like what you as a player want to get out of it, and then your
Okay.
character, who's
Okay.
a social wizard, can figure it out from there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
So I
do.
just will talk.
Yeah, you can roll talk plus charisma. Try and start up a casual conversation, and try to get him to try to draw this information out of him without him realizing fully. Yeah, and you do a pretty good job. These guys aren't exactly social butterflies, and so yeah, you talk to the guys you're speaking with. Look like they're fairly hardened individuals. They don't look very high skill, but they look like they've survived a lot. And yeah, most of them they have weapons. They're sort of holstered casually, and they're just standing on the street corner. Yeah, you start with casual conversation, talking to a few of them, and yeah, they mention uh, they've been hired by one of the they call him the local lord. You know that the area around here used to be for a while it was Catalian territory, and so each city was
Mm-hmm.
divided between different lords. That's not technically how things work anymore, but a lot of the lords have just gone underground since they're not allowed to work officially by the Arobi Corporation that now owns the planet. And
Mm-hmm.
but the old formalities sort of still hold over the city. So yeah, they say they were hired by the local lord, and they mention the neighborhood you're in is owned by one particular lord who's given by name. But he's a minor guy, not one of the greater families. And then they mention the neighborhood you came from is run by another lord, and they give his name. And again, he's a minor clan, not one of the major families. So you get that much information. Is there anything else you're interested in?
Sorry.
Oh,
What was the last part?
no problem. Yeah, he just mentions the neighborhood you're in and the neighborhood you've left are both run by what they call, local lords, like lords of
Okay.
Pyrrha. And the people who are eyeballing you are keeping an eye on you because they're paid to protect the neighborhood from outsiders and subversive individuals.
Okay, so it's not any particular reason. So it's not me that they're looking for. They're just generally looking at outsiders.
Yeah, that's the impression you get from your conversation with them.
Okay, and I'd like to indirectly ask them about the drone, if they know if some drones in the city do a similar job, or some indirectly.
Yeah, they kind of just look at each other and shrug. They say, "Well, there are lots of drones that do all kinds of things around here. I imagine the people probably keep an eye out. I don't personally mess with any drones." Is sort of what he says.
Okay. What else can I ask them? Well, I guess since they're not specifically looking for me, I can just ignore them as long as I don't make any trouble. So I guess I just, well, I guess I asked them, wouldn't you have to do something about a Ruby company, a corporation?
These guys are they sort of nod along with that, but they say, well, I mean, there's not really much you can do. We're just working on rebuilding right now. We'll handle Arobi later.
Maybe not yet, but I think our time will come. And with that, I leave.
Yep, they bid you farewell.
And well, I guess that's it for the day. Although one other thing, I would like to discreetly take a picture of the drone.
All right. Yeah, you can have your a data slab basically held up in your hand and zoom in, try and get a snapshot of it.
Mm-hmm. But do I have to roll for that?
Let me see. That would probably be. I'm gonna call this one Wisdom plus Sneak.
Interesting.
Yeah, you do a decent job of just posing, making sure you're around the corner, stuff like that. You can't, you don't get any. There's no difference in behavior from the drone to tell whether or not it saw that it had just been photographed, but you managed to get a clear photo at least.
Okay. I guess I yeah, I guess that's it. I'll go to the hotel.
All right. Yeah, I'm just updating the calendar. So I guess
Is it not the afternoon yet?
Yeah, I was just about to go over to that. So yeah, Alyosha, you can meet up at the local park in the afternoon on the 24th, and I believe that's your meetup time.
Yeah. I'll probably just sit down, wait, probably about 20 minutes early, smoke a fire,
All right.
try and seem casual.
All right, give me just a moment to get my notes in order here. All right. So yeah, you sit on and you're sitting in this local park, and it's mostly deserted. Most people are traveling through the park on their way to other places. Most people are working today, it seems. And eventually, you are approached by three individuals, two of which look like some of the gangers you met in the bar earlier. And then the third one is a hooded figure. Doesn't look too unusual in the city, though. The weather sometimes takes a turn for the worse, and he has sort of a plasticky waterproof hood, and so they walk up to you, and one of the gangers reaches forward, and you recognize him as the guy you met in the bar.
Did I realize? Like, did I find out his name in the bar? I
Yeah.
just have him. Remember.
Yeah, let me see if I have a name. Otherwise, I can generate one now if I forgot to give it earlier. All right, I don't think I have a name for him, so I just threw. I think his name is Patry, gang member contact, and I just put him in the painting quest dialogue handout.
Pastry.
Yeah, pastry. I do like. I have these different name generators for when I need stuff on the spot, but I live in fear of it generating dumb stuff all the time.
Should have
I
called
like the
him.
name of it.
Yeah. Should have called him Cornpop.
I'll just like call out Patry, my man, stand up and like walk over to him, arms like out, in like showing him that I'm not armed, and also like going out for a.
Yep, he appreciates that and returns the gesture.
Oh shit!
Yeah. That was Nash.
Yep, probably dropped his headset.
No, I'm just trying to fix it.
Ooh damn!
Not my type of ASMR, to be honest.
It is for me. I'm, a real masochist.
Yep.
Shout in my ear, Daddy Nash. All right. I'll properly introduce myself as like full name, Aloysia Dmitri Gurov, and ask the names of the all like in what's it called? Greet the other members that Patry basically making like a small circle, all gesturing to make a small.
Yeah, he introduces you to the other guy, apparently a lower ranking soldier in the same gang, and he has a different tattoo that looks more like the horn of an animal, like maybe some type of deer, but it has the same sort of fractal pattern going about it, and then he introduces you to the hooded figure, who, upon once he steps forward and you get to see his face, it turns out to be, let me see, Martin Tyndall, the guy you've been looking for.
I'll not walk back. I'll raise my eyebrows in astonishment and say, "I've been looking for you, dirty swat." No. I've heard about your wife, and I'm sorry for your bereavement, sir.
Yeah, he says
Something along those lines.
He says, "Yes, I appreciate this. I still haven't quite recovered. I'm still practicing mourning, and you see he's dressed in these strange black and white clothes he has under the hood, which is you've maybe seen on TV or somewhere else before, some type of a Catalian mourning garb, and so yeah, he says, I am still mourning, but I heard you were interested in seeing justice done."
Yes, I believe that if I was to go to either family, they would both pay. They'd either pay me to not investigate or uh, have a hit out on my life, because I know one of them has made money out of this, and the other one will make money out of the court settlement. But you, sir, have been bereaved and lack the justice that is honor bound to you. No one should lose their loved one, and then the hounds surrounding her before her life was taken get to chew over the pieces of her court. Basically, I'll just use very poetic language, flowery language.
Yeah, if you want, you can do a talk plus charisma.
Okay.
Try and see where the conversation will head from here.
Not bad.
Yeah, he seems interested in the sort of language you're using. You know, you maybe took a bit of a gamble based on him having married an artist, and it seems to have paid off. He seems receptive to the flowery wording and everything that you're bringing up, and he says, you know, one of the things that neither the Galbraith nor the Altrish family understand is that, you know, what painters like my wife were known for is it's something that can't be valued in money. These are the things that we were hoping would eventually reunite this planet, you know, in a way that hasn't been in 500-600 years, maybe, since the last great art movement, which started in Catalia. You know, the Catalian Renaissance, basically. He sort of takes a moment and gathers himself up, and he says, what I seek is to reclaim the 5 masterpieces that my wife created, and see that they are properly recognized rather than being hidden away as they are now.
Well, my company that I am now newly a part of can help you in recovering these paintings, or at least give a damn good try at it. We all have a appreciation of the arts back in the company. We all heard about the death and were angered by the news that the Galbraith and Albrish family were fighting over, who murdered your lovely wife. So we'd be happy to look into this for you, and we'd probably set off pretty soon if we have your blessing to look into. We wanted your blessing first, you see.
Yeah, he nods, and he says, yes, you, I think, from what I've seen of you and from what my friends tell me of you, I believe that your heart is in the right place in this endeavor. And if you need any information, or if you need my blessing on anything, then I believe I can give it to you at this point.
Am I able to like exchange any places I'd be able to contact them on, or would I just have to go through the gang?
Yeah, you can exchange information with them. The two gang guys have sat silent while he was talking this time. And give me a notice plus, I guess it'd be notice plus wisdom.
Notice plus wisdom.
Yep.
This is gonna be bad. I'm shit at both. Oh fuck.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so while he's reaching out with his data slab, there's some sort of wireless signal that you exchange, and his cloak sort of rides up on his arm a little bit, and you see a couple of new tattoos, and the symbol of the worm sort of peeks out under his wrist jacket, like the wrist of his jacket.
I'm gonna ask him what his vested interest in the gang is. Not like trying to accuse him of anything, but like just curiosity taking.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks a little, like he gave away something he didn't want to, and then he just says, I don't really have much of an attachment to this particular gang, but I have great plans for the future that I've only realized my destiny recently, let's just say.
A Italian nationalist. I'll say that I'll say that in character.
Yeah, they don't react directly to that, but he doesn't deny it either. Just a little bit of silence after you say that.
Would you say that your wife's paintings has any what were the political relevance to the area surrounding, like where they come from?
He says, well, they are extremely relevant. These paintings are they're unlike any other thing that has been created on this planet. They not only have relevance for us, they have relevance for the human species and for the future of our evolution. And we want.
And I'll. Sorry.
Oh, he says, yeah. After a little bit of silence after that, he just adds, and we want the 5 of them to be properly recognized, properly cataloged, and away from the prying, studying eyes of those in orbit in the Arobi Corporation.
Would you say there's any shadowy groups on planet side right now that would use these art pieces in a way that would seem villainous, stirring up political upheaval or anything like that?
Well, of course there are many. These are very powerful objects. Arobi would probably put them in a research laboratory. They'd never see the light of day again, and these paintings would be dissected and studied, or locked away and never seen again. The Australians would probably destroy these paintings if they knew that they existed, but they believe that the abilities of these objects are merely conspiracy, and the princes in Catalia would simply fight over them and add them to their private collection to hope to draw power from them for their own uses.
How many princes are in Catalia?
There are currently 14 princes.
Fuck. 14 different groups. Is that like all the different symbols, like the symbol of the worm, like under our prince?
Well, the worm doesn't actually correspond to any prince that you've heard of, but you can do a no plus int to try and recall history.
Ooh, maybe he is. Like having like a newly found destiny. That sounds very ominous. No plus int. Okay. Well, that's a good question, Pete.
Hmm.
All right, so the Prince of Worms was originally one of the most noble houses. They were the ones who were in charge of training psionically gifted individuals for hundreds of years after the Catalian Revolution that created the basis of their country over 1,000 years ago. The Catalians were an outsider from the terraforming years where settlers basically made the planet habitable, and then the Catalians came after that, so they were seen as outsiders at first. And then after the Catalian Revolution, through their art and their practice of psionics during the golden years of mankind, they managed to become so rooted into the culture of the planet that they are now considered native Astrakan, basically. And the last war in particular has basically knocked them down a few pegs. Their current emperor is only allowed to be a figurehead. He's only allowed to be called the emperor in name, according to the Arobi Corporation. And the Prince of... Oh yeah, sorry, I got a little sidetracked because I was reading something while I was naming all this off. The Prince of Worms, his original job was to seek out and train MES gifted people, which are psionically gifted people, and make sure that they didn't kill themselves or others, and to make sure they served the Emperor. Their house, like many other ancient houses, had good times and bad times, and the house was before the war with Arobi, or before the war over the planet, which was ended by the Arobi Corporation. The Prince of Worms was basically cast down because he had become decadent and complacent, had become such an embarrassment to the imperial line that they basically seized the lands and divided it among the surrounding princes. And you can't recall much beyond that, or what exactly the decadence and complacence was. But you do know there were several incidents of violent psionic activity, which apparently went unpoliced by the Prince of Worms.
Is there any in the past, has there ever been a prince that's been cast down and then re-emerged? Like a figurehead has come back and made the position viable?
Yeah, this would be basic knowledge. You know that princes, or kingdoms, in fact, will come and go. In history, the emperor has been the deciding factor of that, which that can't happen anymore technically. But you know that historically, that has been the case. Kingdoms will be rebuilt from the ground up sometimes.
Well, if you don't ask, if you're a figurehead and your whole structure is like just symbolic, then you could probably change whatever you wanted about it, with very little actually happen.
Yep.
Princes wouldn't give up any of their land, but you could probably say like, "Oh yeah, you're a prince again."
Yep.
What should I ask him? I'll probably I'll end it by asking him like if he has any strong opinion on who actually did it, which family was more
I'm not sure. The both families have a vested interest in ensuring that her art belonged either to them or to nobody, and they would rather the power of these pieces not exist at all than for them to fall into another prince's hands. So I can't say for sure, and I wasn't there the night she died, but I know she didn't kill herself.
And oh shit, I'll probably just remember as a kind of side note, like, do you employ what's called secret like oh blackout troops? You know,
Special forces.
like yeah, like FBI, special forces. Yeah, sorry. Do you employ them to look after you? Because we've seen quite a few.
Yeah, so he doesn't seem to know at all what you're talking about. But then the gang guy next to him, let's see, what was the oh yeah, Patry. He chimes up when you say that, and let me find the name here. Yeah, and he chimes up and says, "We have no people like that on our side, but the Justicar Seoris has a private military, basically, that keeps an eye on anyone that he thinks might become a problem down the road. We know that we've been followed for 2 months already." And you can see that Martin, he's a little bit surprised by that, but he doesn't say anything.
Yeah, one of my companions is looking into the matter themselves right now. He's got quite a bit of relevant information that we might be able to pass on to you if it becomes a problem for you as well. Do you have any contacts in Ferrarium that we could use when we go there to further our investigation? This is Tapatri.
Yeah. He says we could arrange to support you in Ferium, but we would need we don't have the kind of time and resources to devote to strangers. So as long as you might be willing to, we could do something as a favor, but we would like to know that in the future we can count on you to some extent as well.
A mutually beneficial arrangement could be made. I'd have to go back to my CEOs before I could actually make this decision. One of them is in the city, so I would be able to give you an answer by tonight.
Yep, he nods and he says, "Well, we can always use more allies in times like these."
As can we. And if you ever have if we are successful in our mission, if you ever have another contract that needs a keen eye or a good blast, we're there. I'll shake Martin's hand and wave them goodbye as I walk away.
All right. Yep. They all three of them shake your hand, and then you part ways.
I'm gonna go to Pete now because that seems like a pressing matter. Just to say to him, is it all right if I kind of get us involved in a legal crime?
You mean via the compat?
No, like go to. I think he's staying in the what's it called, middle class district.
Yep, he's chilling out in probably the nearest nearest hotel to the helicopter landing area.
He is my boss, so I do need to inform him that we are going into kind of dodgy territory.
Maybe I should have asked about hiring the hacker first before doing it.
Yeah, you're following a shadowy group, and I'm in talking to like what's called organized crime, and we keep using the company's name as well
Mm-hmm.
and our real names.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get.
I'll
a,
message Nash as well. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go AFK for a second to take a quick break. So if you guys want to do anything, then feel free.
Oh yeah, smoke break.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a smoke break too.
All right, cool.
Maybe after the break we could do the other players.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Very sorry.
Alright, I'm back. Anybody die yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, just imagine Simo sitting in the base with the brand new window air conditioner units and just enjoying the cool air for the first time in months.
Yeah, especially in the jungle.
Now, I was thinking, since the farmers are making more, instead of lowering the farmers' pay so the security guys make more than them, why don't we just bump the security guys up so they make the same amount?
Or slightly more.
Because they're both doing important jobs for the company.
And I've always been of the opinion never ever underpay your security forces. Especially mercenaries.
Yeah, I mean, the pay could be a factor in the future, so it's always good to make sure your guys are paid well. And but what you could also do, you could hire basically all the people, like get a good solid few units in, nice customization. Something like, oh, this squad is going to have 2 riflemen, a grenadier, an AT soldier, that sort of thing. And once you have like nice, fleshed out, versatile units, then you can reorganize the pay structure, simplify it a little bit. Because you're probably going to still be hiring people for a while longer. Like, you just got a technician, but especially when you finally get that mech out of the ground, you'll probably need to hire some more people to deal with that. Not just the maintenance as well, like just like having infantry to support it.
So we're getting a mech? That's pretty awesome.
We actually already have one who's buried in the ground still.
Yeah,
Nice.
you know what's funny, and this isn't a criticism of the way you guys play, this is more like why I enjoy sandbox games. I expected you guys to get the mech out of the ground on like session maybe 3 or 4, and there were certain things that were going to happen that would relate to the mech, and instead you guys will be discovering it retroactively. So I think that's this is why I like running sandbox games. Is stuff will happen that I don't expect at all.
Well, the main reason we've left the mech in place is because we don't really have the infrastructure to fully repair it, maintain it, and keep it going.
Yeah, that's true. It will be a money sink for a while until it gets operational and you have a mission that actually demands use of a mech.
That's a hell of a big hammer to use on the nails we've been coming across.
Imagine we get hired, got like a small resistance fort. We just show up with a mech and blow it up in 2 turns. All right, let's pack up and head.
Oh yeah, literally, like when you have a mech and a couple of support vehicles and a couple of squads, then you can start getting missions where it's like, hey, my small nation is having a resistance movement that threatens to overwhelm the military. Can you guys help? I'll pay you 2 million credits. You know, that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
Sorry, boys, I smoke a pipe, so it takes a little bit of time.
Oh, no problem. I'm that just gives me more time to remember all the things that I forgot to write down. I just put the mech into the mission tracker because even I keep forgetting about it at this point. So that should help with that. All right. So we've got Simo enjoying air conditioning back at the base. We have everyone else is in Pira. You've hired a new hacker who will be on the helicopter ride. And in case any of you are wondering, the hacker guy, he still has his own. He didn't sell his shop or anything like that. He just passed it down to promoted a couple of his interns. So in case you're wondering, one of your employees does have assets in Pira. And let's see, you haven't really allied yourself with this gang yet, but you're in a perfect position to be on you're already on neutral terms with them, and if the opportunity comes up to do this gang a favor, then you could have them on your side. You're on your way to becoming allies with them. And let's see, is there anything you guys, any direction we want to take from here?
I would just like to ask: is the hacker properly employed, or is he a contractor?
I think he's basically a contractor. You have an individual contract between the company and him right now.
Okay, just making sure.
I basically just want to make sure that Traffic and Nash both agree that we should ally ourselves with the gang instead of Orby or Orbis. I don't know, or the other princes.
Yeah,
I mean, from what we know of Italians, based on Simo and I's interactions, Italians aren't exactly the best people. But for the right price, maybe some things can be overlooked.
they're sending some bad hombres north of the border is what Traffic's trying to say here.
Like, for instance, those homesteaders. The guy we handed over to the one military to the north was a Italian who was the son of a fairly well-known noble who is known for entertaining terrorists and stuff like that.
Well, we don't know this gang as like entertaining terrorists. They are a devolved gang, like a devolved group.
Yeah, like as mentioned earlier, the political situation, like Valstralia, which is to the north of you, that's a much more organized, like more of what we would consider like a modern nation state. And to the south, the Catalians on paper are a republic, but they still have a lot of the same trappings that come over from back when they were a almost like a feudal empire. And the 14 princes that control it, a lot of the formalities, there's basically a lot of unwritten law that goes on down there. And one Catalian kingdom can be run completely different from another Catalian kingdom, because even though they technically have rules and laws that Arobi has them follow, they kind of throw the rulebook out the window when it comes to the down on the ground day-to-day stuff.
Us allying ourselves with a gang of a devolved prince that no longer exists doesn't make us in line with the rest of the Catalian nation. I wouldn't think, anyway.
So, if I understand correctly, is the entire planet is under control of the Arobi Corporation, but they aren't directly in control of the northern and southern, north and south, north and south of us.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, just to and all this is common knowledge. This is stuff you hear about on the news every day on this planet. Arobi they don't have any military forces on the planet at all. Basically, what happened is the planet was embroiled in a really rough civil war. There were dozens of nations all over this planet, and most of the planet was destroyed. Like more than half the population killed off during decades of war. And then the Arobi Corporation came in and then bought everything up, and using the chaos of the planet to sort of grant themselves legitimacy to break up everything. And they demilitarized large sections of the planet for several reasons, one of which is so that they could extract additional profit from those areas without there being taxes or anything in the way, which is something that they're known to do on other planets as well. And the other thing is to make sure that there's a boundary to keep the Catalians from fighting the Vostralians again. That's the reason they publicly give for the demilitarized zone. And they don't actually have any military still on the planet. The military were withdrawn decades ago. But they do have a space station, and most of the ships that come and go from this area are merchant vessels or military patrols that work for the Arobi Corporation.
So, do Arobi have special forces on the planet still, or is it just Australian?
The special forces you heard about earlier were Catalian special forces. You don't know who they work
Okay.
for. The Catalians are not supposed. They don't have any public special forces. Those were all dissolved after the war, but apparently not from what you know.
so they were quote unquote dissolved.
Yeah, basically, they don't have any. They're not like Australians say that they have not paramilitary. They have like paratrooper special forces. The Catalians, if you ask them, they would say no, we don't have any special forces programs. But you have evidence that they've apparently deployed special forces in Pyrrha, so that seems to not be the case.
Well, do we
Well,
actually?
traffic. Sorry.
I just want to ask: do we actually have evidence? I mean, I thought we just heard about it. We didn't have any.
Yeah, you don't have any hard evidence, but you have rumors that there is a Catalian loyalist special forces asset that was activated in Pyrrha upon the arrival of Martin Tyndall.
Okay.
I'll just relay all this information to traffic so we can relay it to Nash. And they can decide because they're our bosses.
Yeah. Oh, and before I forget, because I meant to bring it up earlier, they're like with the thing where Rommel brought up the asked a question to the hacker, but he wasn't in the room, and I mentioned it was like a meta sort of thing. Just as a for the record thing, as my style as a DM, is you can suggest things to people out of character. You obviously can't talk to someone if you're not in the room, but I generally allow suggestions just because sometimes when I'm a player, I don't think of the questions to ask an NPC until afterwards. So if you want to provide suggestions, then I think that's reasonable in most cases, just so you guys know.
It just takes up
Okay.
more time if you have to go and visit someone again because like one person had a question that might have been pertinent.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think it like shatters my immersion that much to because your character would know the questions to ask better than the player in most cases. But yeah, anyway. So what direction do you guys think you want to go from here? Like back to Flagstone, or your base, or to Farium? Where do you think you should go?
I guess while I'm here, I thought since we're mercenary outfit, maybe we could like invest or maybe even own like a munitions factory or weapons factory or something like that.
Make it in our base, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, you could build it in your base. It would be expensive and take a while, but that'd be something long term. In the short term, you could also basically rent a factory to produce something for you. The downside of that is it would be very inefficient at first, and then it would gain efficiency as the production line is optimized. The other thing you can do is you can purchase a factory that is already producing something you want, and then you'll have maximum efficiency and everything. The downside of that is it'll be much harder to find because you're looking for a specific factory doing a specific thing and all that.
but
Unfortunately, we don't really have the funds to do any of that right now.
okay.
Can I just ask the party, are we saving up for a spaceship, or are we trying to maximize our business on this planet before we buy a spaceship?
We're going to try to maximize here on the planet first, because getting a spaceship basically will take us into an interstellar corporation, or a company rather, and we don't have anywhere near the manpower for that first. So basically what the goal is to become a worldwide known mercenary company before we venture out into the rest of the system / galaxy.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason why I asked this with the weapons factory, I mean, I thought about the hacker, how and he owns his own company. Maybe we could like buy the hacker's company and basically like have it work for us.
I like that idea more than an actual factory, because we can train up our own hacker group.
Yes,
They can
not
use
only
it as a training.
and not only that, we could like gain additional revenue from it, and also like give them proper equipment, so they and hire them out so we don't just provide military stuff, but also hacker stuff and
Yeah.
So it's a problem with like the money we have right now.
yeah, that's a good point. But
Yeah.
just as something to keep in mind to expand into something.
Yeah, a couple of things to note there as well. So yeah, obviously you don't have the money to buy that business, because you would be the cost, which I'd have to tally up. But you'd basically have to buy the building, all of the equipment in the building, and then you'd have to put the 3 employees that work there on the payroll, unless you want to fire them and put in your own people. As for the usage that you could get from it, the guy you hired, the hacker himself, told you that his business hasn't been profitable for a while, which is kind of why he was looking to get out of Pyrrha. So you probably wouldn't be making a lot of money out of it, at least to start. You could still use it to basically train new people on basic computer service and repair. You could probably get people up to a +1. And you could also refit the operation. Like you could set up an actual like hacker thing to do some sort of like information theft scam thing, like set up a criminal organization. And with that, you could probably get people up to +2 professional, and maybe even be more profitable at the cost of a little bit of legal risk.
Yes.
What about if you did the professional what's it called, legal way, like hiring yourself out to big companies to do like security testing for like sites and servers and Like so,
Yeah, that's the other route you
white
can go with it.
hacking.
Yeah, yeah, you can go that route as well, and you could also, if you upgraded the business that way, you could also get up to a +2 professional, rather than typical like street like cyberpunk hackers. You would instead get really good like corporate defense hacker types. You know, it'd be a slightly different skill set, but useful in different situations as well.
Hmm. And also, we could use it as a front for money laundering if we needed
Yeah.
it to be.
If we had like a white hack company and then did some illegal stuff on the side, it'd be very hard for them to find out what we were doing because we were so good at our job.
Yeah. It just we don't have to do it now, or
Yeah,
just as an
I'm
idea.
always in the future. As
And
Pete said, farm up some XP first.
All right. And if you're looking at income streams, you could start with. I mean, obviously, you can open up the mission tracker and just see like what's going on. And other than that, you can take a look at the news if nothing in the mission tracker looks appetizing at the moment.
could I set up my own business? Like uh separate from Tactical Solutions.
Yeah, there's no reason you can't. It would use up a bit of your time. I believe in the game they mention one workday is like 40 hours a week would be what you would need to manage it normally. But you could always
Mhm.
hire personnel to manage it in your absence. They'd probably just be a bit less qualified than you.
I was actually considering something like that, like setting up, since we have such a wide array of skill sets, like setting up different uh, corporate companies to basically form like a big syndicate. Like
Yes.
Tactical Solutions takes care of, military covert stuff, and then, you have, like cyberware stuff. But, branch out as much as possible, with different corporations. And like you said earlier about the factory, we could eventually, when we have the funds, finance and set up our own, arms manufacturing company where, we sell, weapons and armor and military equipment, to whoever, and, get our own shit at cost.
Yeah. One question I would have if I were to make my own company, would it be better if I would stop being officially a employee of Tactical Solutions and or should I stay an employee because it might lead to I'm not I just it could lead to conflicts later down the road.
Yeah, like from a GM standpoint, it's not too much of an issue. The way I see it is, if you want, like, if you as a player want your character to remain in the campaign, then you just need to come up with some reason that your character would want to stick around. And I mean, in your case,
The way I sorry.
Oh, sorry. You can go on, but sorry. I was just gonna say, um, oh God, I'm sorry. I forgot. You go on first.
I was just I wanted to say I would stop officially being an employee, but I wouldn't actually stop working together with the others. I would just.
Oh yeah, I
You know,
understood. Yeah, I understood that. As far as conflicts go, you as long as you have like if you decide, well, I can't think of any reason for my character to continue with the party because my own company is so profitable, then you know, you can always, like, you can retire your character and roll another one. Like, I've seen players do that before. If you're
Okay.
worried about something else, then like, if that's what you're worried about, then I mean, you can always come up with another reason to be in the party.
Okay. I just a question. I mean, it's the it. Hmm.
You could always be bought out by the company, or if you're that profitable, buy out the company eventually
Yeah,
as well.
that's what I was thinking. That it's that. But we could also do a franchise like that. I like the tactical solutions and whatever company I would create would come together under like a franchise.
Yeah.
Well, you'll probably be opening up franchises all over the place anyway. So if you want to go in a specific direction that's not like military in any way, like what was said in the chat with like what Doctor said about like milkshakes and things like that, like beverages and that, you could probably open that up and still be in the business.
Mm.
Run it yourself and everything like that, but you contribute. You can take your cut of the money if you put more like some money into making new franchises as well,
Hmm.
which the other business will. We can have like illegal businesses and legal businesses at the same time,
Yeah,
hopefully to cover each other's asses.
yeah. I just think you know, uh, I just think, what if like let's say the company I would create would get into legal troubles for some way or another. I think
That's what shell companies are for, though. You can
Yeah.
detach your company from like the company that you had to shell companies. Think of it like if McDonald's had a military group in Africa that worked for them, but they don't know, no one knows it's McDonald's.
okay.
Like mercenaries.
Yeah, trying to get the those 23 rare herbs and spices from KFC.
Yep. When someone violates your NAP, you have to have at least a couple of nukes ready.
Okay. Well, I guess I do that then. I guess I create my own company.
What's your starting capital, mate?
That's a
How
good
much money
question.
do you have? How much money do you have on your character
Yes.
sheet?
I was just about to ask because it's like you turn out your pockets and you have like some
Uh,
lint and paper clips, and it's like, here's my deposit.
I am
No,
now a company.
that's a good question. No. Instead, what I work on, instead, I think I use the time to. I want to stay at least 1 week in the city so I can connect myself, and I think, and then I just.
Yep.
Well, we see that what happens then.
Yeah, you can do that. Just as a reminder, you know, the city of Pira is, you know, really big, sprawling city. Used to be a manufacturing center. Currently, the economy just nuked the city into through the ground, basically, and so like maybe a tenth of the population that the city can house currently lives here, and so most of the city is overgrown with jungle.
Is factories here quite cheap then? Is like housing in the outer regions quite cheap?
Yeah,
Oh.
I was just gonna say, there's not much. Like, it's all very cheap because there's lots of free land that no one wants. But the downside is that everything is a fixer upper. Basically, any factory you buy is gonna need a lot of repairs done to it.
So it would not really minimize cost to buy it because you'd have to invest so much into fixing it up. But if you could, it would be like a cheap center that you could expand that into to produce goods here to send to other cities to sell
Yeah,
because the economy's kind of fucked here.
yeah, that's kind of it. Like, to give you an idea, like for comparison, Farayam is kind of like a boom town right now, where it's growing really fast. if you wanted to buy 10 factories in Farium, you just couldn't do it because there's not that many factories that are for sale. But in Pyrrha, you could go there and you could buy 100 factories, and it would be no issue because there's more than 100 factories that nobody's using right now.
I mean, even if we just bought one and just kept it in its normal state and fixed it up when we had the capital, or if we aligned ourselves with a specific group inside the city, we could do something like that.
Well, I think what I'm going to do for the rest of the week is to I try to make as much contact as possible with bankers, factory owners, company owners, just people who are who can make who can make it easier to economically establish ourselves in the city.
Yeah. Yeah, so you basically wanted to spend the week just getting to know people and basically putting
Yes.
down roots economically.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, let me just go to that section of the book and read through it real quick.
Gotta make connect. Is there something like a stock market on this planet or in the city? No, not in the city, but generally on this world.
Yeah, there's you can buy stock in various companies. The planet, I mean, in 40K terms, this planet is like a mild death world. So there's not a lot compared to other planets, but there are some companies that trade stocks here.
So you're saying we should start making space marines?
Yeah, unironically, when you guys get to traveling into space, you're going to go to other planets where you can buy whatever you want, but you're not going to have the quality of soldiers that you could get from this place.
Recruiting world.
Yep.
Do we have a medical professional in our somewhere?
We do not.
Oh, that
We're all
would be
gonna die.
that would be a good idea to have.
Yeah, you might want to even buy more than one medic, because if you got 3 medics, you could have 1 medic in each of your squads and then 1 medic in your main guy, but in your main to follow you guys around. But also keep in mind
How much do medics usually cost?
Yeah, I was just about to go into that because you might want to wait until your next payday. Let me look it up real quick.
Would it be cheaper to hire them like I hired the hacker?
You could just rent them for a day. Someone who knows basic first aid actually goes for about 50 credits per day, and a surgeon would be 100 credits per day.
Does anyone here have first aid or something like that?
No.
Oh,
And I kind of wish I had taken biopsionics now.
Yeah.
Look, Martin. Me and Martin could probably talk them down to 50 per day. It's fine. We'll just talk them down to these poor and leeching off us.
Yeah, I think at least having at least 1 medic in a base is a very good idea.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
but we have 3 jobs going at the same time if we go to this relay thing as well. So we'll have a big payday at the end of it, and the bugs shouldn't be too long. How long does Nash have till the bugs thing is ready to go? Big bug job.
Oh yeah, I actually I can look into that in just a moment. I'm just looking at the Connect foci real quick.
Oh, and with the whole hacker thing, do you think the hacker could make software for the mech if it's not able to boot?
Yeah, he could. He has the program skill, and so he can work on the computers of the mech. The robotics might be a little bit above him, but you'll have to wait and see what needs fixed on the mech. As far as the
I
software
need to work
goes,
on. I need to work on getting programmed too, so I can control more drones at once.
yeah, it can be pretty sick having high program in a drone rig.
So does the mech have to be piloted or is he automated?
That's got to be piloted.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
yeah, I just finished reading Connected, and yeah, that is super useful here. Were you wanting, just to be clear, were you wanting to focus on connecting to the merchants and factory owners, or were you wanting to connect to the gang out here?
Could I do both or do I have to choose?
I think in this case you'd have to choose since it's a completely different network.
Well, then I choose the factory owners and bankers.
Okay, yeah, and it basically after 1 week, you can call in one favor, or you can call in one favor per game day once you've been entrenched, and that'll take a week. So that's pretty good.
And while I'm at it, I'm looking for a medic. Or a doctor or someone who can pick someone up.
Yep. Yeah, you can do that. The
Do I have to roll?
yeah, that would be if you want to chat around and talk to people, that would be charisma plus connect.
First, plus connect.
All right. Yep. So you find a decent field medic, +1 professional, starting pay at 50 credits, and if you want, you can try to talk him down with a talk plus charisma. Try and get him to lower his prices a little bit.
Yes, I will do it.
Oh my god, nice. That's a good roll to crit on too.
Well, basically, I tell him, that he will be saving lives. And isn't that more important than money?
Yep, you get him on the payroll for 30 credits instead of 50.
Nice. So I shake hands with him. I organize the ride to the base. And I ask him if he needs anything.
He says, no, I've got my own kit with me. I can meet you out at the location, and I look forward to doing business with you.
Yes, and how bad? Like what? Like he cannot do surgery. He can only do first aid, right?
Yeah, he's +1, which means anytime he rolls to heal any of you, he'll be rolling 2d6 +1 total, and that's including attribute and all that, and that's assuming that he's dealing with medicine. He can attempt
Okay.
surgery, he's just not very good at it.
Okay. So if someone is like close to dying, he can only get them. He can only stabilize them, and we need to get them to a doctor or something like that. Or
Yeah, he's basically like an EMT where he knows how to set bones to a certain extent.
okay,
And
okay,
he can bandage you up and he can resuscitate you from the edge of death, but he won't be able to install cyberware or remove an impaled spear safely or anything that a surgeon might be better at doing.
okay. It's better than nothing. Shake his hands, and if if he needs anything, he can call me, and I arrange the transport to the base.
All right. Yep, I put him on the personnel. And let's see. Let me make sure the calendar is up to date. All right, and was it Martin that hired the hacker as well, or was that Alyosha? Or
This was
Alyosha?
I did hire the hacker.
Okay, so the hacker was hired on the 24th, and the field medic was hired on the 25th.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it for me. I keep connecting myself with the factory owners and bankers and stuff like that, and I keep a lookout for people following me, and especially for the drone.
All right, yeah, sorry, I was writing stuff into the calendar. You, what was the last thing you said?
I said that I will I keep connecting myself to the business owners and bankers and stuff like this, and I keep a lookout for people following me, and especially for the drone.
Yep, yeah, you can do all that. And from what I read, the connected foci, you basically just have to spend time in town. So as long as you're not laying low in a room, like while you're out hiring all these people, you can just be doing that in the background.
Okay.
All right, and so Aloysia, after meeting with Martin Tyndall and the local gang on the 24th, would you want to be heading somewhere else on the same day, or are you sticking around in the city?
So I've told Pete and I've messaged Nash about what I found out, and I'm probably gonna look up. I'm gonna contact the people that wanted the relay job, and try and find out from them how long it would probably take us if we had a few of our security guards with us to help them, like use the internet or like connect with them and talk.
All right, give me just a second.
I'm gonna go to the toilet.
We also need to figure out exactly what kind of security they're needing. Like, do they just need
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try
stationary
to
on
find out.
stationary on-site security, or do they need people who can actually go out and look for threats?
It was very vague. It said like, we've encountered a problem, basically.
Yeah, they didn't give you a lot of info to work on. They just said we need a crew to see to the construction of this relay, and they didn't give you a lot of specifics. So yeah, you can message them from Pyrrha, and it's the Astrakan Broadcasting Network, which is one of the news groups on this planet. And yeah, so what was the just to split it into question and answer? What was the first question you were looking to have answered?
I was gonna try and find out, like, maybe by role, how long it would take us with a few, like, and how many people we'd need to do.
Yeah, so they say they expect that the relay will be complete within 30 days at the current rate, assuming there are no further interruptions. Additional technicians could speed up the time, but they don't think it would be possible to finish it in less than 2 weeks.
how much are we getting from this? Like, what's the payout?
The starting payout they offered was 30,000 credits.
Nash traffic, does that sound like we'd be interested in?
Is that 30,000 per person?
Nope, that's 30,000 overall for the job.
What about if we
Also,
spread up the process?
Also, ask what the security detail entails. Like, are we just standing around guarding the perimeter, or do they want us to actually go out and find whatever's causing their problems and eliminate it?
I'll ask them that, and I'll ask them like if this amount of money scales if we help them, like if we defend them more, if they're being attacked and we defend them, does it go up? Or if we help them, our technician helps them, does it go up?
Yeah, they inform you. They do have a hazard pay in effect if you're ever put in danger or if you have to defend yourself at the site, then that day's wages will go up by double. So let me see here. Oh, in this case, you're being paid a flat fee. I was using the wrong chart here. Yeah, so you would be paid if you actually have to see any combat or anything like that, then they would offer an additional 10,000 plus damages for anything destroyed. And that's sort of they give you that. It's kind of like a boilerplate response. Like, this is what they do for any time they hire contractors.
Do they expect combat?
They say no. We don't expect any combat.
What do you think, guys? Could we just hire on some guys or take some from the base and put them up there? Yeah,
So-
if we help them and speed up the process, would if Pete went up and did it for them or helped them, would we get more?
Yeah. So they say, well, they wouldn't. They the cost for assisting in the repairs, as far as they're concerned, is already factored into the lump sum, but you can finish the job sooner and be out of there. They're not, they're already paying you for protection and like they consider you already on the payroll. You wouldn't be paid additional for tech stuff.
Oh, okay.
They also say the former foreman resigned, and the new foreman is on his way up to the site with a new crew, and they will probably arrive. Let me see on the calendar. On the 3rd of next month.
What day is it now?
Today, I believe, is the 25th.
Okay, so we have some time. Traffic, do you want to go down to Ferrarium? That'll be quite a long way. Or back to the base? Maybe Flagstone if you need to do anything there.
I was just gonna head back to base from drop off programmer.
And the medic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come with you to the base then, because I don't have much to do here, because I don't have connected, unless I can do anything with the gangs right now.
Do you have Henchkeeper?
Sorry?
Do
The folk
you have Henchkeeper as focus?
No,
Oh, okay,
I don't think so.
because that might have been useful when dealing with the gangs.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't think I was going to get into that.
Yeah,
I have
Sorry, I was just gonna
Die
say.
Hard and War.
Lol. All right, sorry. The
Sorry, man.
Yeah, no problem. It's all the delay and everything. all Hingekeeper does is it gives you this magnetic attraction so that you have all these goons that basically work for free or next to free that surround you if you're in a populated area.
Okay.
Is there anything I can do with the gangs right now, like improve relations, or should I just go to Ferrarium, or should I just go back to base? I've got everything I need from this place right now, really. Is there any way I could hitch a ride down there without using the helicopter?
You could, to go from Pira to HQ. You mean?
No, from Pira to Ferrarium, so I'm not using traffic. So you can go back to base and leave off the hacker and the medic.
Yeah, the cheapest way to go would probably be by ship. You could also go by plane or helicopter. Probably be a little...
How much would ship cost?
Let me check. I'm just doing a quick price comparison to make sure that the ship is cheaper than the helicopter before I recommend it. I would feel silly if you spent more money for a slower means of travel. Yeah, so the helicopter would probably cost around 250 credits for this journey, and it would take just over you could do it within a single day. The ship would take about a week, but it would cost about 105 credits.
How many did you say? 105?
Yep, 105 credits for 1 week voyage.
And the helicopter can get there in 11 hours, you said last time.
From Flagstone or to Ferium.
Prior.
Yeah, let me...
Pyra.
Yeah, let me check.
Sorry, I'm making you do so much.
Oh, it's no problem.
I can loan both of you 500 credits apiece, so you're not strapped for cash.
That's just a week of like sailing. I'm not using any of my money. My character pretty much does rough sleeping, not rough sleeping, but low wage, low income sleep.
What if you get on the helicopter, you go back to base, you drop the new guys off, see where we are with the stuff we need for the big bug, and depending on how much time we have left, I can just fly to Ferium.
Well, if we were gonna do that, we should just fly up to the relay base because I don't need to go to Ferium right now. I was just gonna try and make contact with the gang there so I could meet with the two families and look into the murder more. But I would really need Martin there to look into the murder because I don't want to be by myself.
Okay. I mean, I could go to Ferrarium.
Yeah, I just did the math as well. It's about a 6.5 hour flight from Pira to Farium. In your own helicopter, it'll cost about 45 credits. In someone else's, it'll cost 250. So you could just wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'll just wait a little bit because it's going to take a week otherwise. I'm going to go back with Pete. Sorry, I just made you do all that for nothing.
Oh, no problem. It's always good to double check the transit and all that for my reference as well.
Did I already spend a week in Pura?
Not yet. I'm gonna update the calendar and go through this. In fact, I'll mark ahead on the calendar when you will be entrenched within Pira.
Yeah, I think because I think it's only beneficial if I do that, like, and then after the week is has passed, I will go to Frarium.
All right. Based on when you arrived in Pira, and since this is sort of a passive thing that goes on as long as you're in the city and not holed up in a room, it's currently the 25th. We're just about to move into the 26th, and on the 29th is when you become entrenched.
Okay.
All right, so Martin has hired the field medic, and Aloysia is going to fly in the helicopter with traffic, I believe, if I'm understanding that correctly. And where you guys wanted to go first?
Back to base to leave off the medic and the hacker. And check on Big Bug. Project Big Bug.
Could I get business cards for tactical solutions?
Yeah, you could get those made. It'd probably be like maybe 5 credits for a big pack of them, like 100 or so.
We would need like 10,000 or 5,000, something like that.
Are we dropping them into a war zone, like just like throwing them everywhere?
Just dropping them from the helicopter in leaf packets.
We're doing like what the Allies did to Nazi Germany, and what the Nazi Germany did to France, just drop massive amounts of leaflets. Your leaders are the actual enemy. You need to follow us.
No, I just think
All tactical solutions to clear your toilet.
I just thought it would be a good idea. Could whenever I'm connecting with someone or something like that, I could like pop a card or something. Or give it to them.
I'd spend like 10 credits on 1,000 for yourself, and
Yeah,
you could probably like spend more on them getting sent to the base.
That's what I mean. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna buy like 10,000 and just keep them on your person.
No.
Yeah, you have kind of like a baseline operation cost that takes into account, restocking the water cooler and buying a new stapler and a new paperweight. Like little stuff like that is already taken into account. But yeah, you can like bulk order business cards if you want to have just a ton of them.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. So you can put on 10 credits, put 1,000 on wherever you want to write that down on your character sheet.
Okay.
Or into
Can I roll to make it cheaper?
Yeah, sure.
Is there delivery cost?
No, I don't think that'll matter in this case. Just
Can we
paper.
get Amazon Prime?
We need to get it to the squads too. Like everyone needs to have at least one of those on the person.
Our professional military soldiers are like holding 1,000 business cards each to hand out to the fucking plebs that can't actually read.
We can know what we can do is we can all climb in the helicopter and we can just fly over cities and start throwing them out the side of the helicopter.
Yes.
We should make it like a collector's thing where you have one of our faces on the back of each one, and you have to try and
Yeah.
collect them all.
Or one in every 1,000 will be shiny.
If you find the one where what's it called, Pete's has a mustache, then yeah, you've won. You get like £5.
Get a 5% discount on your next job.
Do I roll trade or talk or?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can do talk. Actually, this will probably be trade plus charisma, I think.
Trade plus charisma.
Yeah, you find a nice paper company, and you get some really nice, professionally made and designed business cards made.
Nice. For half the price or?
Let's see, for 20% the price. So, or 20% less. So that'll be 8 credits instead of 10.
All right. How much? Let's say 5,000 or 40 credits.
Yeah. Let's see. So, yeah, if you want to make, let's see, 40 credits.
I take 100 and send the rest to the base.
Yep. So that'll be 32 credits, and then you buy like 5,000. You said something like that. 5,000 cards.
Yes. Exactly. And I pay it out of my own pockets because. Or would it be better if the company would pay for it? Fuck it.
All right. And I put that into the base storage in case you're wondering, and that should be player editable. So if you ever want to mark stuff down over there, just put it into the main corporation or whatever, then you can do that.
100 business cards.
All right. So now we're going to look into the bug. Are you guys in Flagstone or back at the base doing this?
Back at base.
All right.
Because we need to drop off the medic and the hacker.
Yep. So you drop off the medic and the hacker, and you're with Simo, and I'll move us over to the base real quick so that I can update the buildings. Oh, wrong one.
It's the city.
How are the farmers coming along with the fields?
Yeah, I'm just about to roll for that. All right, yeah, by the time you arrive, they are just finishing the first field, and they're well on their way to the next one, making really good pace so far.
Nice. And those are those track mushrooms.
Yeah, the stuff you're growing is it's a cash crop. It's a type of pharmaceutical mushroom that grows on this planet, and
Mm,
a nice like an average crop from one of these fields should be worth about 1,000 credits.
nice.
Wunderbar.
Indeed.
I want to spend some time talking to our new recruits and our one loyal guy. Like, just fool around with the boys, make sure they're all happy and contented.
Do you have leadership?
I don't know.
It's the lead
Let us
skill.
see. No, I don't.
Might have been a good idea.
Well,
I
we'll
have
know that for the
leadership.
future. Well, then I don't need it.
Yeah. I just keeping morale up and everything like that.
Well, I can talk to them.
Yeah, you can still chat them up and make sure they feel comfortable.
Would that just be talk charisma?
Yep, you can do that. Talk plus charisma.
Nice.
Yeah, so yeah, their morale is doing pretty okay so far. A lot of them they're not very comfortable at all right now, but they are optimistic about starting off this new company and building the space from scratch. And so they're sort of even though they wouldn't normally be comfortable in these working conditions, they're optimistic about the future right now and in high spirits.
How much money would it cost for us to get them like proper beds and like recreation?
Let me see. Recreation is an interesting question. Each house, I can come up with a pretty nice figure for that in just a moment, based on the equipment. Yeah, so building a poor quality house, which would be these are each little 10 by 10 meter shacks, so probably technically just like one step above a slum, but with a couple of other add-ons that can be made a little bit nicer. Building one from scratch would probably take around 3,650, but you already have a basic concrete framework, so that uh, you could probably for 1,650 somewhere in there, you could probably fit these houses up to be nice living quarters, each of which could probably house, 4 people uncomfortably or 2 people comfortably.
Do you boys think we should spend money on making our troops more happy and comfortable, or should we just treat it like slave work for now?
I wouldn't say treat it like slave work for now. I mean,
Well, they're sleeping on the floor, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most uncomfortable thing, but right now they're not really living here; they're camping here. If that makes any sense.
I mean, we can get some proper beds. I mean, proper beds.
All I was thinking is like proper beds,
Set up
table.
proper bed. Well, I think there's already a table in the longhouse.
Yeah, I can go ahead and mark this. I'll come up with a better way to label all these buildings later, but the big house in the southern section is already fitted out to be like a common area with a mess hall and all that.
Does it have refrigeration?
It has a mini fridge basically. It's a very basic survival type thing, and it just now got air conditioning to give you an idea.
Well, 20 people, you might need refrigeration.
Yep.
As well as like some things that the medic might need to have on ice.
I think we should just go out and just do like general furnishings. Bring these up to standard living conditions.
Yeah, that would be fine. Like I was just thinking about later down the line when we have more people. If we buy it now, we don't need to buy it.
If you can text me or call me, and I could send something to the base, could find a good deal.
Would he get a better deal in Pyra or Flagstone?
Is good question.
Oh, you have connected there, or are you still off getting connected?
I'm still getting connected.
Yeah,
Takes a week.
Yeah, a few more
You
days.
can put it off a little while and get connected, and then buy it. I'm gonna talk to the farmers though about their pay, saying they're getting these fields up very, very slowly, and we might have to dock their pay a little bit using my administrator role.
All right.
They're not what we thought they were going to be. Would that be charisma or intelligence?
Yep, I think this would be charisma.
Muhahaha.
Oh, nice.
You will work for free, slave.
At this point, they willingly enslave themselves to us.
I hope they're fucking penitent.
Those poor people.
You have annoyed the master. Not me, your actual bosses.
All right. Yeah, so originally they were working at, base price pretty much. And you got them, 20 credits isn't, it's not the biggest thing to discount, but you get them down to 12 credits per day. So let's see.
Oh god, no. Yeah, I agree, Nash. But later down the line, maybe in the mess hall have like a fucking arcade machine or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so you got them from
Ping pong table.
like all of their combined wages go from 250 to 144.
Damn.
So you saved a lot there, and it's right at the end of the month. So the best time to cut pay is right before the paycheck.
Oh, sorry, we're not paying you for that month. Sorry. Oh god, has their what's it called excitement to be part of our group gone down at all from doing that?
Not as far as you can see. You have to remember as well, though. You're basically you're not just talking them into a pay cut. You could also be moving the money around to say, oh well, you have this particular situation, like maybe one of them is sending money back home, or maybe one of them is really interested in financing some type of project in the future, and you're basically in addition to talking them down a little bit on their wages, you're kind of saying, well, what if I give you like a special deal in this one sector of your life, and in addition,
hey man, if I give you some toilet paper this month, will you take like a 50% pay cut?
Yeah, I would straight up that kind of stuff. Like, hey, you can get this this merch that goes with our company, and we'll just
Oh
take it out
my
of your
God.
paycheck. No problem, man.
I just spent money on a bed for you. Okay, you now have a bed. I'm not giving you any money this month. That cost.
Give him business cards.
Look, I
Give him the. You sleep on the business cards now.
I dug that latrine myself. This is coming out of your pay.
Maybe if I get another 10,000 business cards, we can have like beds for all.
Maybe they can eat them and finally, shut up about if we don't feed them at all. You can't eat these mushrooms that are technically psychedelic or pharmaceutical in some way, but
Yep. All right, so I think we have that set up, all good to go. And is there any?
How's the bug situation?
Yeah, I just remembered that. So, where do you guys? Where are you keeping the bugs at this point? Do you think?
Uh,
It'd probably be something Simo was dealing with while you guys were gone.
Yeah, I was also ordering an order containment, big one, something that's was made of reinforced materials and maybe lined on the inside with some kind of ceramic or glass. That way, it just couldn't melt its way through acid.
Yeah, you could probably commission something like that. It might cost a bit of money, though. It's a pretty special request on this kind of planet.
As for the little ones, basically just keeping them tied up together. Best security container we have.
Yeah, they do rattle around a little bit. They sometimes get agitated, seemingly at random, and you can see their stingers will go into the side of the box every now and then, but they don't make any real progress in getting out. Just causes a little bit of racket because you're basically dealing with like a house cat sized insect.
Basically, my goal is when we get the big one is not long-term housing, since we don't have means to even study these things, since none of us are science people. So one of my ideas was just to capture it and then look for maybe a scientist in one of the cities might want to study it, or if we just want fast cash, be like, hey, this thing spins carbon fiber steel like spiders spin silk. Who wants to buy it and just sell it off to the highest bidder?
Yeah, that could always work. All right, and there aren't many. Flagstone isn't known for xenobiologists, but it is known for archaeologists and explorers. So there might be some people there who know a thing or two about strange animals.
So if I remember right, I did collect a sample of the metal from the pit where it looked like it laid its eggs, and it had all that metal uh, fiber around the edge of the pit. I did take some of that, so I do have some sample to show scientists if we do manage to find.
Yep. All right, so you can do anything you want, around this. After Aloysia talks to the people you've hired and the farmers, and you've sort of inspected the bugs, is there anything you want to do now? If not, we can let some time pass and let Martin finish getting entrenched into the trade network, which will probably be another 4 days.
Yeah, I assume it'll take a couple days to get the containment.
Pete, do you want to go up to the relay station to see what that job entails? If the new group's there.
I mean, if it's gonna take that fast, it's gonna be a 2-week job. It'll have to wait till we're done dealing with giant bugs.
Yeah.
Not entirely. I mean, we could divert, say 3 of our guards from the base and send up there so we can get, on-site security going.
Did I ever get told how many people they really wanted there?
They didn't. Yeah, they weren't specific about that. They don't seem. The person who's giving you the mission doesn't seem overly concerned with it. More annoyed that the project is running into delays more than anything else.
Well, it's a relay tower, so I'm guessing it's not a huge area, so it shouldn't take too many to guard it.
I think it's quite near the homestead as well, and we have 5 guys up there. How long would the trip from the homestead to the relay?
I wouldn't remove our guards from there since we have to maintain.
No. I wasn't meaning to remove our guards from there, but if we put 2 of our guards from the base there, then if they ran into trouble, we didn't have to
It's still a few hundred kilometers, I think.
Oh fuck. So how many do you want to put up there? Because we could get an easy payout without doing much.
Oh, send 3 from the base up there. Homestead, it's 600 kilometers. So we'll send 3 from the base to go ahead and get started, and then once me and Pete deal with the big bug, we can pretty much just camp out at the relay for the rest of the completion of the job.
Sounds good, man. All right. If we're gonna do that, then we can let time pass because we've pretty much covered everything else.
I was gonna say if it's gonna take a few days for the cage for the big bug, I can take the 3 guys up to the relay and take it down to Farion.
Sounds good to me. Can I get a transfer of say 100 credits just so I can spend money on having accommodation down there?
I'll give you both 500 credits apiece.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm multitasking a little bit here, so apologies if it seems like I'm lagging behind. So, is Simo, are you gonna still hang out at the base for the time being?
No, I'll have Pete drop me off in Flagstone since I'm assuming that's where the containment unit will be built. Plus, I need to hire a cargo helicopter to fly it up there, and our one of our excavators.
All right, I'm just rolling to get an idea of this cage, how fast they can build it, how much it'll cost. All right, so yeah, nice heavy duty acid resistant cage with all of the sort of handholds to tie it to things and like helicopters and trucks, and making it nice and stable. You expect them to finish it in like less than a week. They can probably get it done in a day and a half at this particular place, and so they happen to be really well equipped for this particular problem, it seems. And as for the cost,
if they're that familiar with making something like that, could you maybe see if they've got information on like what they usually expect them to be used for? Be acid resistant inside? Maybe they'll have some information on the bugs we're going to catch. Maybe it'll be something they've seen before.
Yeah, I guess I could ask him that. What would I need to roll for that?
yeah, you can do a talk plus charisma. He'll probably answer regardless of what you roll, but I'll just see how chummy you get with him. Yep, that's a basic success. So yeah, you're just kind of chatting with the foreman while they're welding stuff in the background, and he says, "Yeah, there's all kinds of animals that explorers will try to capture. You know, people who are interested in exotic pets or adding things to the classification system of terraformed worlds, and some of them are pretty feisty. We have some. There's a lot of large predatorial and lot of aggressive creatures on this world, especially in the northeastern section. And so we need these heavy duty cages to hold them. We don't get a lot of acidic creatures, not that I know of. Most of them are really tiny. You can like hold them in your hand. So most of the acid we treat stuff in is designed for small jars, but you can apply the same coating to pretty much any surface, I imagine. So we'll just spray down the inside of this cage with it once we're finished welding it together.
Sounds good.
Did he seem at all worried by the fact that we needed such a large cage coated in?
He's probably curious, but as someone who's hunted a lot in this part of the world, he's just kind of like, wow, that's pretty strange. It doesn't seem to get his noggin jogging too hard though. It kind of like he's more like shrugging when he sees it.
Now, is the cage they're making just like an actual cage with just bars, or is it like an enclosed space?
I envision it kind of like those things they put the velociraptors in Jurassic Park, where there's little open bits that they're probably going to seal up with some type of ceramic or glass material. But they're not building the cage from molten iron. They're basically taking an animal cage with holes and stuff like that, and they're refitting it to be acid proof, up to CMOS specifications, so that it can't spray acid through the holes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a like massive dick move. Honestly, have it just like a normal. You don't realize it's a normal cage, like a elephant cage, until you get there. But yeah, no, it's you don't think that it'll be able to spray acid through at least, and it'll be pretty strong, reinforced steel and everything.
Cool.
So we could use this cage for something else, right? If we get rid of the bug.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, you could put a lion or a rhino in here probably. And
Maybe we should like build a detention area in our base.
yeah, tactical solutions detention facility.
Hey,
Tactical
private
Solutions petting zoo.
Tactical Solutions private prison.
Yep.
Just sprinkle a little crack on them.
And the main problem with the U.S.'s criminal justice system is private prisons are so profitable.
It's not privatized enough.
That's privatized too much. Oh, you committed the slightest of crimes. Well, you're going to jail, and the company we jail you in is going to pay us, and the state pays them.
You push someone in line while you were in jail. Well, now you're not getting parole. You talk back to a guard. No parole.
All right, I think we need to have the bug as a company mascot.
Yes. Yes.
All right, I'm just updating the calendar.
Kane lives.
Dude, we could just like totally turn into a cult.
Yes.
Well,
But
if
why
Green
would we-
Rocks starts showing up, I'm getting the fuck out of here because it's either Tiberium or Warpstone, and neither is good for you.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
me
not good
too.
for you. We don't have to handle it. We just have to have the masses do it for us
Yeah,
for no pay because we've talked to them.
because it's a holy thing, and it will bless you.
Look, we could be the state religion, the state entertainment, the state news. We manufacture all the weapons, we make all the laws, and we also give everyone a job, which they don't get paid for, but they get houses and
Yeah, like a Roby, but better.
basically we are communism.
Well, no. Here's the thing: instead of they not getting paid, they get paid just enough to buy everything they need from us.
Ah, so it's like state-funded capitalism.
Yes.
And also,
Like
part of
I
the-
said, this is turning into the outer worlds. It's like fucking super capitalism.
and part of the wage is detracted for the debt they have.
We are so liberal-minded that we don't stop monopolies from forming. Therefore, we are the only monopoly. That's a true free market.
Yeah, a big brain capitalism to the point where you're like, ending slavery is a violation of my civil liberties.
I wanted to corner the market with slavery.
There's nothing wrong with your monopolies as long as you are the monopoly.
Exactly. And if you're the monopoly in everything, like politics and religion, and you turn everything into a business.
Yeah, and the various political parties are all bought by us. So it's basically just
Yeah.
a circus.
You have the Democrats and the Republicans, but they both are you. You
Yeah.
just like play against yourself every now and then, and
So we're going to
see
be
who
the
wins.
US on a global scale.
We're gonna be Soros. We are George Soros.
Yeah, the end boss of this campaign is going to be Alex Jones. After you become the well, you wouldn't even be the globalist. You'd be like the galaxyist.
Green rocks are actually turning the frogs gay.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So the 26th, you gave the little bugs a look over, and then you constructed a bug-proof cage. Were you wanting to? I guess that'll be the 26th. We can go over to the 27th. Anything you want to do there, or just bide your time?
Am I in Ferrarium at this time?
Ah, okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep track of where everyone is because I forget these things. Yeah, so you drop Simo off at Flagstone, and then Pete and Aloysia are going to head to Ferium.
Yeah. I know it's like a complete party split, but I don't know what we should.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
fine.
unless you want to go hunt bugs with us.
I can. I do have quite a good weapon, but I'm terrible at shooting things.
I'm useless in combat situations.
I have a gun that gives me a plus a bonus in firing because it can like burst fire.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, I've got 3 red markers on for where all you guys are. I may even have to put names because I keep losing track, but, for the record, this is completely fine with me. The only thing I worry about is you guys getting bored if someone has to fight or do a talk thing for 2 hours in the future. So,
Do you want to go with Simo instead
uh,
and leave Ferrari until we have Martin?
well, I mean, from my perspective, we probably won't have time to finish for I am within this session, but you guys can do whatever you want.
But we could probably finish the bugs. Possibly. And get a payout for next session because we're opening a lot of a lot of worms without finishing them.
I mean, if we can finish the bug thing, well, yeah, let's do it.
Does that sound good, Travis? Oh, traffic.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do that then. Sorry.
All right. Let's see. Let me. All right. So you guys fly instead of to Ferrarium. You're heading north with Simo and Pete. That is after the bug cage is done.
Yeah. No, Martin can't be with us because he's still connecting, isn't he? What day is it?
Today is.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Sorry. The 29th is ahead of time. 27th is the current day. 28th is when the bug cage is done. I just updated the calendar because I've been editing it.
We could do it as a full group if we wanted to. Reunite the group. Reunite the master race.
That would be the AIs.
Well, I would really like to finish this connecting thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, by the time we have the cage and set it up, we'd probably be able to come back and get you. Because it's
Okay.
finished on the 28th, and you'd be finished on 29th.
Yes.
When everything was set up, we'd be able to get you.
Okay. I'm all for it.
Does that sound good, everyone?
Yep.
All right, so I think everyone is except for Martin is in Flagstone for the 27th. So is there anything you want to do while you're waiting for the bug cage to finish?
Have we already paid for the bug cage?
Oh, that's a good question. I thought I quoted a figure earlier, but I can't remember.
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna look that back up just real quick.
Me and the store owner are going to have a little talk about communism and doing the right thing.
For the greater good.
Yes. You don't want these bugs coming to your store, do you?
Sure would be a shame if a bug like this got loose in the area.
Sure would be a shame if a small military band let it loose in your area. Accidentally.
Hypothetically, of course.
All
Hey,
right.
isn't there a relay station being built just up from you? We'd be in the area for a while.
Yeah, the base price will be 2,500, and you can do a probably be This would probably be talk plus. I guess it'd be talk plus charisma. You could do that.
Fuck.
Oh, ouch.
Ouch.
All right. Yeah, it's you know, you make a couple of slip ups in the in the conversation, and you know, he doesn't. You don't seem to have ingratiated yourself very much to him, but yeah, the main price still stands at least.
Just staring at his nose and like, are you I mean, I'm here to talk about I'm here to talk about the, you know, parasite living in amongst us right now.
Like, sorry guys, I let the Jew accusation slip
Oh,
again.
no.
Won't happen again.
That fucking star in the corner.
All right. So other than that, everyone's just chilling out for the 27th. On the 28th, the bug cage is done, and it can be loaded up onto the helicopter. It's a little bit heavy, but as long you can probably fit a bug in it, and as long as you try to keep the interior, like the cabin, as light as possible, and you keep the what is it? You just fly steady in good weather. It should be all good.
All right, and I also need to hire a cargo helicopter and pilot to take one of our excavators up there.
Yep. So if someone wants, or I guess Aloysia would probably be the one who would be best for this.
Oh god.
That'd probably be what would this be? Connect plus charisma if you want to search around vocally.
Since it's a 2,200 kilometer round trip,
Yes.
how much would it cost just to rent an excavator?
Let me see. Rental fees in the book are normally 1% of the total cost per day, just as a reference. Let me see how much the excavator cost.
It's 2,200 kilometers just to go get it and bring it back. So I'd be better off just renting an
Yeah,
But now
excavator.
that you have if you have the helicopter, the thingy helicopter, you can also take the cage back and forth without having to fly in good weather.
yeah, the excavator will cost 150 credits per day to rent.
All right, that works because I don't plan on this taking any more than a couple days.
Can I use that connect thing to get a good price on the helicopter? I mean, the excavator, or find it?
Yep, you can do talk plus charisma to talk them up on this particular contract. All right, and that's 40% discount. Yep, so you go from 150 a day to 120 per day.
People who pay full price are suckers.
Yep.
Okay, so you got the excavator rented, and as for how you're going to get it back to your base, you can use riverboat, or you can.
Oh, we're not taking it to the base.
Oh, okay.
We're taking the excavator up to catch the bug with us.
Ah, okay.
Because we already have excavators at the base. But I was just saying it'll be a 2,200-kilometer round trip to go and get it.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. Was go ahead and rent one to take with us.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, it is funny because I just imagine the insurance liability conversation here, where they're like, "Okay, and what are you using this machine for?" It's like, I'm digging a pool.
To dig a hole.
Yeah, or yeah, I'm digging a hole. You know, might want to leave out the fact that you're hunting a bug that sprays acid that can melt through metal, because that might make things a little complicated on their end.
Just doing some recreational digging.
It's not illegal, isn't it?
Oh no, it's not illegal. It's just normally if you like rent a vehicle, there's like an insurance rigmarole in case you crash the vehicle, someone has to pay for it. And in the case of an excavator, they might ask, okay, and what are you using the excavator for? Because if it's just normal stuff, then there will be like a certain cost. And then if you're using it for something really unconventional or dangerous, they might want more money as in the deposit. It's not something that has game mechanics. It's just something from real life I've noticed.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, so I think you guys, you can wait an additional day when Martin is fully entrenched into the Pira merchant trade network, and then you can fly down and go get him. I gotta refresh my roll 20. It's glitching out.
So now we're on day 29.
Yeah, we're on day 29, probably just about to tick over to day 30. You can probably make one roll before they arrive. And if you want to go ahead and take advantage of your favor, that would give you an advantage on anything with that network.
What should I use this favor for? Hmm. I don't think. I can't think of any good use. So I guess. Does anyone else have a good idea? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, once you guys have more capital, then and you're looking to invest in other places, then the favors in that area will probably come in handy.
Yeah, so I guess I just don't use it.
All right, cool. So everyone shows up in the helicopter. We pick Martin up, and then you head back to Flagstone, and you have all of your gear ready. I'll go ahead and mark down, before I forget again, I'm going to mark down the fuel you guys have used during the session in the ledger.
Is this the first time I see the bug or hear about it?
Maybe.
Probably. Well, no, you heard about it when we first met because Simo had gotten fucked up by it.
Yeah. Is Simo, by the way, is he still injured?
He got healed up that same session.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
I don't know if we actually haggled for the person who healed him.
I did.
Oh, you did.
I got
Okay.
I got healed some for that.
I know a really good surgeon in Flagstone. I have it in my notes.
I forgot how much do you heal over time?
I think 2 weeks have passed from since. Or not 2 weeks, but 1.5 in game.
That was another reason why I was wanting to go ahead and get the bug, because in a few more days the destroyed military will be all over the place.
So that's where we are. Mm-hmm. I think that's the best solution. Mm. So we are going to catch bugs now, or?
Yes.
Oh
We're
god.
going to do the Pokemon.
The first thing we should do is, I guess, take our helicopter and do a flyover of the area to see if there's a clear enough spot to land the cargo helicopter anywhere. Because this is where I need the excavator. Is over the.
Yeah.
Got a 7. We'll wait just a minute on that first. I'm going to go down to the entrance where we went into the tunnel system, and I'm going to take the tunnel system up to the burrow to see if it's even in there to begin with, or it's actually more precise to see if it's out, because if it's in there and we start digging down, it'll probably attack. So I want to make sure it's not there while we dig into it. Because my basic plan is scout the burrow to make sure it's not there, set demo charges on the surrounding tunnels, actually all the tunnels, to collapse them to, and then once all the charges are in place, while they're doing that, dig a small hole, basically just big enough for me, down into the burrow, and then just drop a line through it. And then once all the charges are in place, I'll lure the bug back to the burrow. And then once it's in the burrow, I'll blow the demo charges to collapse the tunnels. Hop on the rope, have them yank me up, and then I just drop gas grenades down into the hole until this thing is knocked out. And then once it's knocked out, use the excavator to dig a bigger hole so we can get it out, put it in the container, and there we go.
Okay.
That's the general plan.
Can you say that again? Mm-hmm.
Wait, with Simo's role there, can I assist at all? Like to check out and scout out.
Could I do it as well?
I don't think it stacks.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think only one person can assist at once.
I know it doesn't make much of a change, but I like to remember these things.
Let's settle down for the night.
Yes. Have they been there, or do they just know about it?
Were we actually in the cabin? What areas around here have we looked through?
After we left the cabin, we camped back down here. We were following Kent's original path back, and Pete noticed on his watch a deer basically walk straight through camp in an odd way, like the guy we saw in the town do. So we decided to follow it, and we see the bug grab it and drag it into the burrow. So we did like we did before. We hopped down into the burrow, and or hopped down into the tunnel rather, and then we follow it all the way up to the burrow. That's where we encountered the little ones, and while we were fighting the little ones, the big ones showed up, and we managed to grab two of the little ones, and and the big one is the one that really fucked up Simo. So we did a big retreat and left from there, and y'all know the rest from there.
So did you actually contact the guy in New Vesta that came into contact with them?
Yeah, we talked to him first, and then after we talked to him, we went and talked to the sheriff.
Was there any description of the guy that just like kind of wandered out into the burrow?
Yeah, I followed him. He was just a guy wearing really ragged-looking pants, and his feet were all fucked up from where it looked like he'd been walking.
Did the sheriff know anything about him?
And we found part of him in the meat pile at the ruins.
Alright, so he's just a mental case.
Yeah, he got eat.
I mean, based on the way he and Deer acted, we think the bug might have some sort of hypnosis. Because when we were following the guy, he stopped and there was a bunch of like clicking noises. And after the clicking stopped, he started walking again. Same thing happened with the deer.
Oh my god,
Huh.
are those psycho bugs?
We don't know. I've tried looking up information on them, and there was an old book
Exterminate.
I found where they had fossils that seemed somewhat similar to what we saw. But other than that, there's not a lot of information on these bugs.
If they're psychokinetic, then you could definitely sell them to the highest bidder.
I'm
Especially
planning
if
on doing that anyway, because, I mean, if something spans freaking carbon steel fibers like spiders spin steel, that's a fortune on its own.
Yeah, and it's extremely valuable animal. But like, the only thing I was saying is like evolutionary biology, like moving forwards instead of backwards. If you look at humans and look at like psychokinetic ability, it's harder to go backwards and find an evolutionary purpose for it than going forwards with the animals if they're like of a lower evolutionary period than humans. Like some things that we have nowadays, we can find in chimps and it has a specific purpose, but it doesn't really have a purpose now, like our pinkies.
Now we can figure all that out once we hire scientists to study it, once we capture it.
When we pull it out, can I put my hand on it and say it's afraid? These are very Starship Trooper-esque bugs.
Are they communicating? Or did you see them communicating with each other or something like that?
Well, when we came into the campaign, they were fighting the bugs for the first time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and the big bug was being attacked, and the little bugs seemed to protect it in some. That's what I
Not
got from it
really.
anyway.
Not really. We started out attacking the little bugs, and they swarmed up, and then that's when the big bugs showed up. And while I was dealing with the little bugs, Pete started shooting at the big one, and it basically just kind of tanked up in the middle of the room once it realized they couldn't get past the swarm that was attacking me. But then once we thinned out the swarm, it moved up and fucked me up.
We'll need to find out if the little bugs are psychokinetic as well, or if it's just the big. We could have a brain bug on our hands.
Oh boy.
What should we do? Is Simo still like preparing the site, or was it still nighttime?
I assume I was just getting a good night's sleep.
Can I?
First thing,
Oh, sorry.
first thing I want to do is go around. I guess they got a little local market here and buy up the freshest, bloodiest beef they got, or whatever accounts for beef on this planet.
Can I
Can
go
I
with him and see if I can get some power cells type A?
can I come with both and make a better deal?
If you need power cells, I've got stashed on the chopper. I bought when I got my shear rifle. I bought 100 Type A cells, so there's plenty on the chopper.
I just need like a 10 more, so I can get a full magazine and 10 more.
Go ahead and grab some out of the stockpile because we've got a solar recharger too. So
Thank you very much.
this is basically just toss your used. Make sure you keep your used ones and just recharge them and toss them back into the stockpile.
Aye,
Yeah,
aye.
there's 100 Type A cells just sitting on the chopper for anybody to use.
Well, now there's 90 just in case I die and you're not able to get the cells off my body.
Alrighty, because that might help out with bait. I'm also gonna upload the recording from that I took from the bug the first time to my new drone. If I play that in the tunnels, it might help draw it in. I don't know.
You could
Yeah,
also,
after I got the beef, I'm just gonna have helicopter me out here, drop me off, and I'll start working my way up the tunnel. And it's 25 kilometers, so you said what it'd take about 4 or 5 hours to get to the burrow. Hey.
are you going to leave us with any like info, like getting the excavator up and that?
How about we check every half an hour with the compad to just to see if you know status update.
Well, I thought we were going with him, but it would be easier for us to like get the what's called excavating and things like that up there while he's scouting out, because he's better scout than us.
Yeah, I'm going to the tunnel alone to go up to the burrow. I'll be the only one underground. The rest of y'all go to the burrow site with the excavator and basically just get everything ready for me to send you the signal to start digging down.
Aye, aye.
But I'll be right back. I got to do something real quick.
How are we transporting the cage? Is it just with the helicopter? Is it on the helicopter?
I think that's what
I thought you wanted to rent one from here or near here.
he had to rent one back home, didn't he, to get it brought up here?
No, I thought he wanted to rent an excavator from like Flagstone or something instead of the what's it called? Helicopter, the larger one.
The carrier.
Well, I did the connect charisma roll for the heavy lifter craft and the torque charisma for the loader. I've done both rolls for it, but I thought my first roll was like negated because I thought he didn't want to use a heavy lifter. The heavy lifter craft, would we be lifting the excavator inside it, or would be like tying it and moving it like how you would move away?
I think inside.
Like just like strung to the bottom so we don't have to land it and we can just kind of drop it off nearer the burrow. Yeah, just like swinging underneath. Well, that would be better for us because then we can just kind of disconnect it and drop it off instead of trying to land somewhere. I wonder if we can get paratroops, sorry. And even better than orbital troops as well. There's nothing like throwing men as meteorites at a planet.
Why throw men at it when you can just nuke it from orbit?
Well, sometimes you want to have businesses on a planet and not, just blast the whole thing.
All right, I'm back. That was what the cargo helicopter was for.
Were
Yeah, the
those
cargo.
roles? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the cargo helicopter was to bring excavator up here. And then I think you said we could fit the container under our helicopter. Right, so yeah, so that's basically the plan is give me 4 or 5 hours to get to the burrow, then y'all have everything in place up here to start digging when we give you the signal. And my new stealth drone has a 5 kilometer range on it, so I'm going to send it ahead of me about 4 kilometers. That way I can make good time and don't have to sneak my way all the way there. I'll just have it do the scouting.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume they would have dug it back out. Uh, how hard is it going to be for me to remove enough for me to get through it? Got. I think the survival kit comes with an entrenching tool.
Ooh, spooky.
No, it doesn't come with a trenching tool. I'll just be using my knife, I guess, to help.
Damn.
Uh, I'll contact the rest of the group and say the tunnel down here is still caved in, so it's going to take me a little longer to dig through it. So just basically hang out up top and keep an eye out. And I'll just pace myself digging the rest of the. If I remember, the center of the burrow is about here, so it was still topsoil, so they're probably 20 meters away. It's 9 meters in, and probably however many meters thick the ground is. Yep. Low light goggles. Since it looks like it's dead, I'll go ahead and move on into the opening. All right, I'll radio to the rest of the group that the big one apparently died in the blast, but we can still grab its carcass. So if y'all want, you can go ahead and start excavating. I think you said the thing's 10 feet, so maybe 4 meter by 4 meter hole should be big enough to get it up. While we're doing that, I'm going to send my drone down this tunnel a couple kilometers to make sure nothing's coming up on us. I'm going to go, while they're digging, I'm going to go grab as much of that stuff as I can carry. Take a lot of samples of that back with us. Yeah.
Since
So we got
Instead-
the
sell it to a research company.
Yeah, we can take the big dead one. We can grab the rest of the little dead ones. That shell material and our two live little ones. I guess we could auction off or sell off to a research company. Anybody who'd be interested in.
so we got the cocoon and the dead bugs from this.
Yep, all the dead bugs, cocoon material. I guess that'll be our haul for this mission.
Okay, and there's no sign of any other bugs.
The only other sign is where they sealed up this tunnel, but that'll require hunting them down again, which we don't really have time for since we have that relay job to do. So that'll be something to do in the future.
Okay. Just wanted to ask what we got.
I mean, we can still sell these things. We don't have to say where we got them at. So
Yeah, we can sell them in Pyra.
Who knows if something turns up with the dead bodies? Maybe someone will pay even more for the live ones, or at least one of the live ones.
yeah, we can. Yeah, since we got the big container, we can basically just turn the little bugs loose in it, and just toss in something for them to eat every now and then sell the dead ones. And if there's any like big breakthrough, it's like, hey, we got 2 little live ones, we can sell you.
Although, depending on why they want to buy them, it might be worth it for us to keep them.
True.
Could I make a roll to figure out with the compact on the internet who might be interested in these things? Like, is there a museum or biologists or research institutions?
The xenobiologist would probably be the best bet.
Okay. Hmm. I'll do exactly that. 8%.
I'll help.
God damn it. I have +2 in trade too. Fuck. So then. Okay, and then connect and intelligence. Oh god damn it. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay.
Now we just kind of find a research facility to sell it to.
Is that regardless of whether it's dead or alive?
Right.
What
Mhm.
about a living version that we could prove had psychic powers of some sort?
Oh, I can't really prove that yet.
I know not yet, but like if we were able to get an independent scientist and have him on payroll and get him to prove, I mean, it's a long shot, but I mean, there must be some cases on this planet or around the galaxy that human trafficking of people with what's it called? Psychonic potential, psionic potential have been sold to people. Human trafficking of like special people.
And we got two different kind of bugs, right? Okay. And we have the bigger form alive, and the others are all dead specimens, right? Hmm. So one big dead one.
How many of the small dead do we have?
So we have
Let's not mention to anyone we're looking to sell these to that we have 2 live ones of the small ones. Just
we have two living ones,
yes.
two living small bugs.
Well, since we didn't get a living big one, we can use the reinforced cage we got as an enclosure for the little ones. Just keep them in there, toss them in some food, keep them alive.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of curious to see if they'll turn into big ones eventually, or if we can just keep them on hand in case the researchers, whoever we sell this to, figures out something about the little ones and be like, hey, we got 2 little ones we can sell you that are alive.
Until we find out what they are or how much they're worth, I don't think we should just tell people we have 2 of them sitting around. In case anyone gets any ideas on.
I do think we should sell them as fast as possible. Like we shouldn't hurry, but we shouldn't wait too long either.
Yeah, we should sell the dead ones, but I want to keep the little ones a little more long term because I want to see if they do turn into big ones. Because if they do eventually grow up into the big ones, then that means we don't have to come back up here to hunt.
Okay.
We had the cages designed to hold the big ones, so the little ones damn sure aren't getting out of it. So we just got basically 2 cat-sized, moderately dangerous insects to take care of. So we just keep them in the cage, toss in some meat every couple of days to keep them fed, some water.
Are these flying bugs?
Yeah, they fly.
So we better be really careful.
Is that it for today, gents?
I guess so. I have nothing else to add. Well, I guess I take pictures of the dead bugs we have. Picture.
We can also give footage from my drone of the tunnel structure. And researchers would be interested in seeing what kind of environment they live in. And it's not like we can follow the ice hauler one anyway, since we don't have a spaceship.
Yeah, a fleshed out world.
Mm-hmm.
But what if we went to like the thingy port? Is it spaceport? Yeah, the spaceport right near. Oh fuck. Yeah, Biddy, and just asked around, and we might get some information about it. Who knows? Probably no money though. So, guys, can I ask you one question? If we find the art for this guy, should we just keep it?
Well, I would say it depends on the situation. We
It's
find the art.
very
Like,
expensive art.
We could turn over some of it to them and say that's all we found, then sell the rest.
so it's multiple artworks, right? It's not just one painting.
5 pieces.
5 pieces. Yes. So they themselves are probably not worth 1 billion credits.
They're probably worth more than that. Like Martin was saying that the corporation that owns this planet, I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. I'm so
Robi.
tired right now. Yeah, they were gonna they probably would take them and experiment on them for the rest of time. They would never release them because they might have certain abilities that the artist had.
Maybe we get to blow up some Orobi.
We could do that as
so-
well. I mean, we're a military band. We could pretty much like go toe to toe with everyone, but we'd probably die. Yes, psychic paintings are heresy and should be burned, but if we can make money out of it, should they? We can always sell them, then kill the person who we sold them to and burn them afterwards.
Maybe we could put on like some remote detonating bomb, but instead of exploding, it burns.
Yeah, like a mini, what's it called? Petrol bomb that just
Yeah.
sprays petrol over the painting and burns.
Yes.
Or like a small drone that flies through the window and just fucking burns everything.
Yeah, after we sold it.
Depending on the art, if it's like a sculpture, we could just hide demo charges in it.
Maybe like a demo charge the size of, I don't know, a dirty bomb. Make sure that the heresy is gone.
And make sure it's strong enough to kill everyone in like 20 meters.
I was thinking more like 5-block radius.
That's yeah.
Kill
Yes,
everyone that was around them, their friends, their family, the build.
I just say we nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can place a nuke underneath the building. Like if you went to their basement or got access to their basement when you were, doing the deal, you could always just like, I don't know, put a small thermonuclear charge, hydrogen bomb maybe.
Maybe we could rent a warship and just blast it from orbit.
Oh yeah, do like a whole what's it called? Fallout New Vegas. What was it called? The big beat.
Optimus Prime,
No,
Liberty Prime.
no. New Vegas, not 3. I know it's like the Doomsday fucking beam. Anyway, enough memeing. Shall we go?
Yes. Ooh.
Yeah, so just haul everything back to the base, find a buyer for everything next week.
It was a good session.
It was fun.
I'm so low energy right now though, so I'm getting really, really muddled up with my words. I'm sorry.
Alright, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone.
Yeah,
Good night,
bye.
Lily.